think we're good. Yeah, totally good. Good. Everything's all hunky dory, and I like it. There it is. Alright, let me check. Do 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 do. Nice. That's what I like to see. How's everyone doing on this fine doozy of a day? Because if I say so myself, I think y'all are doing great. My eyes are not as droopy as last time. Okay, the droopy eyes is behind me, so we're good. We are gooderoni. Alright, chat. What do you say we play some games now? Because if you ask me, it is game time. Don't know about you. Alright, let me boot up the game. Now let me get the... There we go. Hopefully y'all can see the game. Please enter the current time. Hey, biker. Current time, you say? There we go. Hang on, hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Sure. Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. Oh, right, I booted it up previously. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. Well, thank you. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Okay? Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Oh, my favorite time, you say? Go ahead, pick whichever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. I'll say I have. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Thank you. Had a lot going on last week, wasn't trying to ghost anybody. It's okay, Biker, it's alright, I get it. You had a lot on your plate, that's perfectly understandable. Huh. Y'all know what this calls for. Alright, we're back with the only game where you get to disobey the narrator while trying to understand that you're part of a bigger story. It's the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Let's play.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh, I love this story.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple.
Okay.
He sat at his desk in room 427
Simple enough.
and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through
I used to watch YouTube playthroughs of this when I was a kid. Nice. Biker knows this game well.
This is what employee 427
This came out recently,
did
about
day,
2 or 3 years
month
ago, I think.
every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
Yeah.
Stanley was happy.
I am.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Can you guys hear the game okay?
Change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
Can you hear me okay?
He
for
had
that
been
matter?
at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time.
Okay.
But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
But what if I don't want to? Did you think of that?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except
This game
badly.
has many endings,
The thing to do
and
now,
so
Stanley
I'm gonna
thought to
try and
himself,
find all
is
of
to
them.
wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy.
July 31st, 2011 is the base game's release date.
Had years
That's a long
gone by,
time ago,
he no
not
longer
gonna
had the
lie.
ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer.
Oh.
Here it comes.
You douche!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay, gotta turn off all the power to the computers. Can't let the other employees know I launched an illegal animal fighting ring online. I was in elementary school at the time of the date. I believe I was too. May have been in middle school, I don't remember. Input received.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I kind of want to go to the door on my right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth
the
admiring.
Employee room.
It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
I remember a TV room. I remember a TV room, right, in this game?
Yes,
yeah, there's a TV room.
Really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Alright, Stanley, let's go.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, chat, I think I know what this game's doing. It wants me to go out right there. Okay? It's making me try to use reverse psychology. Your reverse psychology ain't gonna work on me, Mr. Narrator. This ain't no Looney Tunes cartoon.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Do not jump off the cargo lift while it's in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse, $1,000. $5,000 is the penalty for jumping off. Well, might as well get my 5,000. Yeedly dee!
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I am God. I'm not really God. Who's this? Oh. I see. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Turn off
Perhaps
the
he had
computers.
simply missed a memo. No matter
go.
how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Turn off the computers. Hurry. Wait. Oh, I see. There we go. What does that say? Username access. Nope, too far away. Can't read that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Or Stanley could go to the right again.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room.
Right, always
What a
right.
beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
Okay, this is gonna take some getting used to for me, because I'm always the one talking for commentary during a game. So
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Anyway, this is gonna take some getting used to for me, because normally I'm the one talking for, like, commentary to the game.
Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
Actually, having a narrator, that's new to me.
Everyone left.
It's not that new, though. I have played this before.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Captain Obvious speaking instead of you. Yeah.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Or I could just go straight again. But yeah, having a narrator in a game like this is gonna take getting used to for me, because normally when I play games like this, usually I do the dialogue. And I do keep quiet for when games have dialogue between characters, when I try to be. Well, like when I try to be quiet, in a sense, if that makes any sense. So this is all new for me. For the stream.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
You sure
There's
about
someone
that?
you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Her?
This is it, Stanley.
Who's her?
Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Or... Can I not go back? Alright. Touché.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
What if I refuse? This must be for the older game. I'll just keep waiting until something happens. Come on, I'm patient. I can wait. Yeah, I think it just wants me to answer the phone. Chat, should I? I'm going for it. What the?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on,
I have a
Steve. Sorry
wife?
to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you
Screw
actually think you had a loving
Mr.
wife?
Narrator.
Who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Yeah, I'm out. Sorry.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
You douche. Okay. How come your storytelling... You douche. Okay, why are your storytelling powers more creative than mine? I'm a little pissed right now.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow.
Oh.
He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Okay.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Have I?
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further.
Oh boy.
He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Alright.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
We haven't even gotten that far yet.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer.
Oh my
How
gosh!
could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Kinda have to now.
You see?
Bingo.
Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every
I'm back in my
second he
office.
remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley.
We're back in the office chat. I love it.
I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time
he's a control
he'll see.
freak, the narrator. Okay.
And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And
I
tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
The narrator is a bit of a control freak, I'll admit that.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Okay,
what could it mean?
computer power off.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Gotta turn off the power, turn off the power, gotta turn off the power, turn off the power.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You know, we could go this way again, because there's other paths we didn't take.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime,
I'm just gonna hop
a work
through.
of art. But
there we
eager
go.
to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Right after I disobey you again.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Nope.
Someone you've... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why?
Yes!
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it.
Okay.
Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
All right.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I want to disobey again, but we're gonna obey this time, because I want you guys to see this.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running.
Oh my God,
and
it's
running,
like
just
PT.
the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Okay. What is this?
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this
Chat,
place,
look how beautiful
Stanley,
this is.
I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Do you? Alright, let's go.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Chat, you see how beautiful this is? Let's go.
Oh no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Chat, the narrator may have just given me an idea.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
I already have.
No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Alright, one last look in the other room, okay? Oh, the beauty. Alright, let's go.
No. No, no, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
I want to go back, okay?
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Alright, one last look in the other room. Oh, Stanley's getting slow now.
Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
More beauty. Kill it. Kill it. Kill the beauty. It's painful to look at.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Maybe.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask.
Yeah.
It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Alright. Stanley, get up there. Get up there, Stanley. Stanley Elizabeth Wheeler. Yeetus!
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it?
Yep.
I'm going back.
Now we can go back through the red door.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, let's go. Whoa, what the? I've never seen this door before!
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Let's have a look. Now there is a little bit of a glitch here that I'm gonna try and attempt.
Hello, and thank you for playing The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, The Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
I'm kind of excited.
This sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go, man.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Yeah, totally. This thing on.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally,
there's the elevator.
At long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Yeah, totally.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
All right, content, do your stuff. Wait, the
All
jump
right.
circle.
All right,
what is
let's
this?
see. It's the jump circle.
Okay, hold on. Let me... I'm gonna try and attempt the glitch. Yes! I did it!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You ready? Is there? Hold on. I think there's... Oh. I think there's somewhere I'm supposed to be. Chat, we literally just glitched it. Hold on, let me show ya. Maybe this is the wrong window. Maybe if I go back. Oh, there we go. Come on, get in there. Stanley, come on. Odd? They patched a glitch of you going in there, or am I not in the right room? Well, it's not that one. Okay, I think I did something wrong, because this should be, like, a room I can go into with a window. Think this is it? No? Nope. Can't read that. Too small. Alright, we'll figure it out later. Hold on. You know what?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yeah, totally.
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps
Chat,
we've gotten off
we
on the wrong
performed
foot
the glitch
here.
successfully.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who's her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself.
Okay.
To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone?
Yep.
No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually
Do you know about the
chose
Wojak
incorrectly.
meme? That's how I
didn't
see
even know that was
Stanley.
possible.
I
Let
do
me
not know about that
double-check.
meme, biker.
No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music
There's a
comes
little
in,
change in the
fade
script.
to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second.
Yeah.
Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Well, duh.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well,
Let's
I
go with
won't
the
have
second
that kind
one.
of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please
Educate
observe
away.
this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For
Oh.
example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking
This
with a
looks
person
so
who does not
official.
make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse
Chat, not
why
gonna
you
lie,
cannot
this actually
continue
looks
talking.
so real.
Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness,
Not the
is it
graphics, the
4:30?
video
I'm
style.
supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less?
Less
And finally,
for me.
if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Nice.
Welcome back.
Oh.
You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry.
Yeah, how do
Now
I
that
know
you're
you didn't
properly
do
informed
this?
on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Can I still jump? Yes. Ooh. Oh, nice.
Now that we know your choices,
yeah!
we can't have you jumping off the platform. Imagine the main character dying senselessly.
All right,
halfway
chat,
through
ready?
the story.
Yeet!
That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped
we broke
to deal
it,
with
chat!
reality.
Chat, we broke it! We're down here and we're not dead! Out we go! Wait. What is this? What is this? Is there a way I can get back up there? Can't jump on the boxes. Chad, I think it's safe to say we broke the game. Speedrun it the glitch way? Oh. Oh. We can get up here. Ah, darn it. Okay. Is there a way? I don't know what this game wants me to do. How do you get back up there? Chat, we broke the game. We actually broke the game! Well. I suppose while we're out here, we can enjoy the heavenly lights. Didn't think it was possible. Can I Yes, they didn't take my jump away! Ha 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 ha!
All of his co-workers were gone.
You should have taken my jump away!
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Can I get in there now? How do you get in there? Hold on. Hold on, chat. Let me Google real quick. All right. Okay. No. Oh, God. Jesus. There. Hmm. Hey, Kira, how you doing? We're playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Good, I'm good. Making coffee. Nice. Ending. Hmm. Uh. Hmm. Is there a... Mariella ending? Oh. Imagine the narrator being in your head in day-to-day life, like Stanley. That would be pretty silly. I like it. Are there other endings I can do? How? Ah, the out-of-map ending. Okay. Get on top of 434's first office. Okay, 434. I gotta go to his desk, climb on, and leave through the window. We can do that. Okay, so 434 would be back this way.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
This was the window I had to go out, chat. Yeah! We did it!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes.
I think we broke the game
now that
again.
You're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want.
It's a
like
trap.
right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley.
Oh no.
Who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton.
Oh no.
He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function.
Oh my god, Fred from Courage the Cowardly Dog.
And lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
You think that's gonna taunt me? Where'd the narrator even get a guitar? Okay, I'm done with this. We finally got the ending, though, and I can still jump.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought.
Actually relaxing music.
Oh, won't we all just laugh
and
laugh
was relaxing.
at the time I
oh my god,
missing.
What happened here? Oh, jeez.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Did you see that, chat? What it said on the computer monitors? Hide the evidence. The police can't know. The office can't know. It's bad. Huh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
2 doors! Yay!
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
What do you want me to do?
Lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Straight. There's another ending I want to get in this area.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yeah! Go this way. Hey, yo, what the?
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
How's it my fault? Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone, What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Chat, if you're wondering how I'm jumping, it's because I found a glitch in the game. There we go. I don't know how many jumps I did, but that has to be over the limit,
came
right?
To a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
That way. Oh, wait. There's another way this way.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yeah, totally.
The lounge was grand, majestic, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Ooh! Yeah! Let me go this way. I wanna go this way.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office.
Yeah.
He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right.
Which
Why
way?
would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Oh, God.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
You sure? I could jump. Oh! Ah! Now I can't get up. You probably should have put him... Mr. Narrator, you probably should have put, like, invisible walls over here so I couldn't jump over here. That would have been much appreciated. I'm just breaking this game without even trying.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand.
Oh,
it was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
I don't remember those. There we go. Good. Going.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not
Alright,
the
let's
correct
try
way
this
to
again.
the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps
The
he
end
wanted
is
to
never
stop
the
by
end
the
is never
employee
the
lounge
end is
first,
never the end.
just to admire it.
Yeah, that's what it says on the screens, this icon. Also, hi, how
And
you
here
doing?
it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business,
How'd you find my
Stanley
stream?
took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Or did I?
But Stanley
Saigon,
didn't want to
how'd
go
you
back
find
to
my
the office. He wanted
Saigon,
to wander
how'd you find
about
my
and get
stream?
even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Hiya, just browsing Stanley Parable streams. Ah, okay.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
I know you can't jump in this game, but I added a...
Now, let's see. We went down right, left,
Now, chat,
down,
I know you can't jump in
left,
this game,
right.
but I found a glitch that allows you to do
yes.
so.
I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Narrator needs to start keeping track of his story, so he does. Oh no!
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick,
Psychon,
Stanley,
if you
close your
can,
eyes.
shoot me a follow. Our community here is pretty chill.
We just have to get back to, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Fired. But... Oh, you're kidding me.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, can't let the employees know I run an illegal animal fighting website, so I gotta turn off all the computers. Y'all know the drill. Hide the evidence.
When Stanley...
Wait, what the...
Wait, what?
Hold on.
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything
you
should
sure?
be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or...
No.
Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
Yeah.
It was right here just a minute
I heard you
ago.
like doors.
I know for sure that it's here
What makes you think
somewhere.
I like doors,
Okay,
Kaizan?
It's an adventure. Come, Stanley.
Zycon, not
Let's
Kaizan,
find
my bad.
the story.
Zaycon, what makes you think I like doors? Alright, let's go find the story. Well, the story's not here. It definitely leads back, I'll say that.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh, I was about to jump again. Alright, let's go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Zaycon, Zaycon, I wonder how you've been doing on this fine doozy of a day.
Okay, yep.
The doors are gone!
I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay.
Aha!
Here we are.
I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Already ahead of you, man. Oh, Jesus.
Now this...
What is this?
I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Really?
Congratulations!
That's more of a pity win. I like it.
Work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no.
That was a pity win, Mr. Narrator, but I'll take it.
We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Okay. A line! Chat, look, a line!
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
Okay.
Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Alright, let's go. Follow the line, 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 follow the line.
You see?
Ah,
the
now we're
line
getting
knows
somewhere.
where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward,
Yeah,
Stanley,
totally.
to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end
The
up
line's
be our
gonna take us to
destination,
Valhalla,
even if there's no
chat.
story there? Or to put it another way,
Oh,
is
what
the story of no destination still a story?
The line's
Simply
getting
by the
weird
act of
now.
moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured
Chat,
into
the line's
being
getting weird
via the
now.
very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there.
You're
Well,
telling
I'd like
me.
to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Yeah, totally. Music. Follow the line. Oh, what the... Adventure music.
Cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley,
All right.
this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Okay. Look at the fern, look at the fern, see the fern, see the fern, study the fern, study the fern, look at the fern, look at the fern, see the fern, study the fern. Got it. Hey,
Wait,
what the?
We're back at the office?
The line betrayed me.
No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this
Pop
ringing a
quiz.
bell?
How many leaves did the fern have? I don't know.
No, not
Fern
again.
is burning.
How could you have done this to us? And
The
after
line
we
betrayed
trusted
us,
you,
chat.
everything we've been through.
The line betrayed
I can't
us.
take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're
Yeah.
intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
Yeah,
Something
let's do that.
exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Okay.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our
Zaycon,
story
feel
to
free to
be?
shoot me a
Go
follow.
wild. Use
Really
your
helps me out.
imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Following also gives you notice that I go
no, not
live.
you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Where did this line come from? You betrayed me! I don't trust you! Good riddance, Mr. Line. Oh, what the?
A choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control.
Yeah,
How
totally.
important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Okay.
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here.
I'm just walking
And
in
that
circles.
turn
Don't mind me,
means
chat.
that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley.
Door on the
Our
right.
destiny awaits.
Hey, oh, what the?
Oh, hold up, what's this?
Deviate
Oh,
from maintenance room, end up in monitor room, narrator restarts
confusion
the
ending.
game.
You're
Discovered the
telling me
2 doors room.
that's
Now
what this
has many
is?
additional doors.
It's all
Aimless
one
wandering.
giant ending?
Narrator restarts the game.
And we're supposed to restart the game
Office is now a dead end.
eight
Turn
times?
around at another dead end. Turn around, find
That's
another
really
dead
how
end.
all this
End up in
goes?
another building. Narrator
It's
restarts
all
the game.
Determined? So now, according
Adventure
to the
line,
schedule, I
nonsense
restart
philosophy
again.
and music.
Then what?
Return to the
Am I
office.
just
Return to
supposed
the
to
monitor room.
forget?
Territory
What if I don't want to
unexplored.
forget?
Adventure into
My
unexplored
mind goes
territory.
blank simply because
Find
it's
the line
written here
again.
on this
Find the confusion
thing.
ending schedule. Narrator
wall.
restarts the game. Narrator
Well,
forgets about
who
previous
consulted
restarts.
me?
Stanley attempts to
Why
play
don't
story
I
was
get to
prevented.
decide?
Unable to go
Why
anywhere or
don't
do
I
anything.
get a
Game
say in
restarts
all
on
of
its
this?
own.
Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't
Narrator's
want the game
gone
to keep
after a long
restarting.
time.
I don't
Stanley
want to forget what's
dies!
going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
No!
And the timer stopped? Does that mean
Eagerly
did we do
awaiting
it?
the
Did we
bookstore.
break the cycle? The whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
Something,
Okay.
I think we broke the
I
cycle.
guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah,
I'm
totally.
not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now.
Yeah.
We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Game restart anyway. Alright,
all
chat.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
That's the confusion
Stanley decided
ending.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't know how many endings this game has. Probably like 100. Either way, I'm gonna try and find all of them. I can still jump, so that's good.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Got it. They don't necessarily allow you to run in this game, which is sad.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an
hold
answer
on.
there.
Chat, watch this.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Or Stanley stayed in the broom closet.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
I'd say there's plenty reason. I like being here.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Oh, piss off.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
I like being in here. It's so calm and soothing.
You do realize
What's
there's
at the
no choice
bookstore,
or anything in
Zaycon?
here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
I was
never
picking
would
at
have
dead
thought
skin
to
on my
mention
lip.
it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this
It's
with
raining
your friends,
where I
you'll
am.
say,
I enjoy the rain.
Did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending
Try not
was
to get,
my
like,
favorite.
cold, okay,
I
Kira?
hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job
Really?
because of
You're
a
gonna
family
come-
connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Really, game? You're gonna insult Stanley now? Is that what you're gonna do,
I've
Mr.
come to a
Narrator?
very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead.
Yeah,
You got
totally.
to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this,
yeah, let's
the
go
responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming.
It has been hot here,
that
so
the
the rain is
irony
nice to
and
change.
insightful commentary
I
of
bet.
this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Got it.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Or can I?
You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky.
Okay.
I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Alright, I'll be here. Don't worry about me, man. Who? Hold on. Is this a bot? Nope, you are indeed a streamer. Alright, chat. Let's keep going. There, I came out. That sounded bad. You know what I mean.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Or...
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss.
All right, let's
Admitting
go.
he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he
okay, now this
believed
is really like
everyone had
PT.
vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Yeah.
All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations.
Like?
For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Yeah, really,
Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
Also,
and for
why?
that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled.
Yeah, totally.
This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing?
Eliza, thank you for the lurk.
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought.
Yeah,
And
totally. Totally reasonable
I
thoughts.
wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams. The truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing
Maybe.
that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float amid the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that?
Oh, yeah.
This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So
How are you
he
gonna
closed
prove
his
it?
eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want.
And
I
when you
want
wake
my
up,
apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
keep telling yourself that.
I am okay.
Oh,
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my
the music
voice?
is getting creepy and I like it.
And everything went black.
Oh. Hello? Huh.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Oh.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed
Stanley,
dead on
I
the
think you
sidewalk.
died.
And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal.
Seems like it.
I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't.
Mariella's like,
it was
who
comforting
on
to
earth
think
is this?
And in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Oh, God. Mr. Narrator, why did you have to kill me? I don't think I deserved it, but...
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally.
I wasn't there
great,
before.
He thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
I can still jump. Whee! Okay, all the computers are off. She didn't have no meeting. There's no one here.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
She didn't have a meeting. There is no one here, so you're right about that, Kira.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Chat, I was totally not dancing on the table. That is not something Stanley would do. Oh.
Oh, no. Oh, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all.
Like a
I'm
boss?
just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Gladly. I'll stay in here for as long as it takes. 3, 2, 1. Okay, time to get out. Yeah.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
All right. Is there a way I can get out?
Stepping in.
Yeah! Chat, we broke everything! Now we can go back to the office. Ugh. Oh, what the? Okay. Backtracking, backtracking, Macarena, Macarena, Macarena. What happens if I go into the office? Oh. What's this? You are now leaving. Am I? Escape pod bay, floor 760. So there's an escape pod? I didn't even know that. I didn't even know there was an escape pod. $760, I think it said. All right. One more level. Escape pod launch bay. Oh, there it is. There's the escape pod. Is this gonna take me back to Yep.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
That one was actually pretty cool. I liked that one. Alright, let's go. I can still jump.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Got it.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Chat, look at this. He boarded up the broom closet. Douche.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There we go. Oh, what the? That is not business ethics. Alright, let's go. Oh? Okay. music. I like it. Alright, let's go. Alright, chat, let's go. We had enough fun dancing in an elevator, okay? Guess it only works once you're inside.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk.
Hold on.
What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
You got it. Got a lot of endings to go through.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Oh no? I can still jump, so
Stanley
that's
walked
good.
straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Escape. Heck yes.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Would I?
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Yet I don't want to.
Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yeah. Let's make this epic. Whoop! Ah, darn it. Jumped a little too early there. Oh, God. Can I jump out of this thing?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Is this the end of Stanley? Ah! Oh.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator. as
Wait, what
Stanley
the?
was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
I'm still alive, okay? The Stanley Parable.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
I don't know.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same.
What is
Do you
this?
see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Credits. Written and designed by Davey Weireden and William Pugh. Developed by Crows. Art direction, Dominic Johann. Audio direction, Tom Sklee. Development lead, Jan Strootman. And the impeccable Kevin Briding as the narrator. Kevin did a good job, I'm not even gonna lie there. I'm not even gonna bother reading the rest of these credits. Filing cabinets. What? Kevin. Nature paintings. Nice. Oh. Stanley's computer. Nice. Office layout. This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. So no matter what, the layout is the same, because there's my office. And there's the room with the two doors. Corridor. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. This corridor had been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. Alright. The two doors. The set of the two doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room opposed. Cool. Office computers. One of the people was playing solitaire. There we go. Can I turn them back on? Nope, doesn't seem like you can. Button sounds. A selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. You mean like this? Oh, like that. Okay, got it. The office. Okay. Maintenance room. An early version of the maintenance room. Wow. Ultra Deluxe announcements. In December 2018, we announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcement and the game's delay. Oh. I wish this game won one of the awards. Warzone. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as people making fun of people. It did. Our hearts, Twitch Unity. Oh. Best reward of all. Which one would that be? Warzone. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intent. Okay, this would have been a really cool ending, chat. What do you guys think? But yeah, I get it. You don't want to make fun of people who like shooter games. The Lounge. An early version of the Lounge. That looks pretty primitive. Again with The Office. What's this? Narrator emails. After the second trailer, we sent out... Oh. Narrator emails. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. That's a lot of emails. Alright, let's go. The cargo lift. The second version is functionally the same as what's in the final game, but we wanted to look more like a place where cargo was actually stored. The second version is functionally the same as what's in the final game, but we wanted it to look more like a place where cargo is actually stored. That makes sense. The cargo lift. The cargo lift was always intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping to a different path. However, after this early version, we decided we also wanted the option of the player falling to their death. Well. The apartment timer. In a previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. That's what I was going for with this. The behind the scenes stuff is cool. Couldn't agree more with you there, Kira. Meeting room. Maintenance layout. The flow of hallways flowing the first two doors was important to get right, since players will replay them so many times. We discussed a number of designs, but ultimately it was the simplest version that won out. Okay, so one option. Okay. 2 options. Alright. One option. These are actually kind of cool. Oh. Option 4 is just a vent. I'm glad they stuck with the primitive option. Whoa, what the? Zending model. The Zending went through many iterations. This room represents the 4th version of the ending, and we thought it was complete, but decided to abandon and change it again shortly before launch. I don't know what Zending is, but... Zending. This screenshot depicts an early version of the ending known as the Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. Nice. Zending levers. These levers were originally part of the Zending. The player would pull a lever and the narrator would describe what color they had pulled. Let's test. They don't work. Escape menu. For a long time, we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted the game from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized this was what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. I imagine so. Monitor room elevator. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down, with freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down, and placed 2 endings together instead. Do you mind? Countdown desk. One of the desks from an early version of the countdown ending. Nice. If we get any raids right now, that would be insane. Freedom ending. This is the freedom ending as it existed in beta. Are there any more I missed? Oh. Game design mock-up. This is the level that William, the level designer, sent Davey, the writer, as a kind of audition piece. The strength of this level got William hired to design the full game. Though much of the environment is changed, the basic layout from this mock-up is still in the game. Is it? Stanley's office. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. The first created in November 2011. The second in March 2012. And the third in February 2013. So this game's not getting that old, is it? Right back here. I think I know where we need to go. Oh, what is this? Trailers. We ran 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one, released in May 2012. It features a series of broken rooms and the voice of the narrator informing viewers that he is repairing a new version of the Stanley Parable. Repairing or making better? Have I gone this way? Freedom ending. This was the very first incarnation of the freedom ending in the game's alpha. Cool. Oh, I never been this way. Boss's office. Screens from the development of the boss's office. Okay, I see. What about this one? The lounge. Oh. Underground. An early version of the underground portion of the game.
Stanley pushed the big red button.
Oh.
Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room.
Narration
Perfect example of
outtakes.
poor level design.
Kevin Brighting, the voice of the narrator, recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over the 2 years of development. These are clips from early takes that were not used in the final game.
It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. But of course, you...
I like it. Office clock. Well, looks like we're going back up.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Yeah.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another?
Yeah.
No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Okay, that is true.
But
Oh,
listen
God.
to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
And Stanley died. Huh. No way it's been 2 hours.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We'll check out the new content later. Right now, I have
When
other
Stanley
endings
came
to
to a
see.
set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yeah.
It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Now hang on, there's one more ending this way I need to
Stanley
get.
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Not falling for it.
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look,
Okay.
let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Got it. The blue door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood.
Really?
Stanley walked through the red door.
Blue door. Got it.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked
blue door.
Through the red. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Oh!
You see?
What is
There's
this?
nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it
developer
worth ruining
textures?
the
What
entire
is
story
this?
I'd written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and
Chat, we're
unknowable
breaking
desires
everything
of
about
yours.
this game,
What
and I
would
love
have
it.
made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Okay.
There we go. A third option. This already
Yes,
feels
third
leaps ahead
option.
of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Gladly.
Okay,
I feel better already.
Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be
I'm gonna
honest.
choose a 5
I'm looking
just
for
because
some
I
real
loved it.
critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Okay. Oh, what the? Hold on, what is this? Oh, it's a leaderboard. Nice. Wait, what? Hold on. Stanley 427. But really? Mr. Narrator, I hate you so much.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
I'm gonna go with a 1 because it called me trash, basically.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back
Mr. Narrator,
to the
when you
right,
said new
and
game,
he
this
reaches
isn't
the
what I had in
fire
mind.
and fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the artwork
now, chat,
will
before
really
I
take notice.
before
But
I
of
show
course,
what
the
happens,
message of
this
the
is
game
just a
only
game.
becomes
None of it's
clear
real,
once you've
okay?
been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
No.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the
I
latter,
wanted to
well, I don't
spite
know
you,
what to
Mr.
do. I'm completely
Narrator.
out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Yeedly dee! Asses are about to get
Garza,
beat!
thank you for the yeedly dee.
Woo!
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
New game, huh? Hey, yo!
Ah, fascinating.
What is this?
What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is
Is
our
this
motivation?
Firewatch?
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up
Chat,
high
is
in
this
your
Firewatch?
tower,
What is
perhaps
this?
for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be
So
it.
that's my
What
bed.
a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
It's open world, so... Boom booms! There's boom booms. Chat. Yeet. Oh. Can I jump off? No.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
Yep.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Ah.
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a
Can I
close
jump on
call.
the rocks?
You
No.
really wandered off into that thing, that big open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow.
I think
you can
this
just
is
go
Firewatch.
Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're
Yeah.
out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here.
I
Let's
remember
find
in the
another
OG game they put
Preferably
Minecraft
something with
here.
walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Like?
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
You're kidding me! This is
Wonderful.
Rocket
See,
League!
this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in.
Chat,
There
did
isn't any
Epic
possibility
really
that
agree
you
to
could get
this?
lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley,
I
if you manage
remember
to get
I
lost
remember
in this
Portal
game,
being
I
in
will
this
be
part of the OG
phenomenally
game, and I
impressed.
have yet to play the OG game.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm
There's
seeing
no
that there's
racing
a
in
ball of
Rocket
some kind
League.
back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh boy, I get a ball! Come here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you
Reminds me
doing
of my
it?
youth
Are
playing
you winning?
soccer.
Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
Goal!
Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm
Oh,
not a
what the-
sportsologist, but
Hold
if
on.
one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm
Come
going
on.
to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Come on, get in, get in, get in, get in.
Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel
Yeah.
amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
Oh, Jesus, that is a lot of balls! Yeah!
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a
Get in
real
there.
video game?
Oh, God.
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right.
No!
All the fun comes to an end. This is my game. and
No,
what I
you're
say
kidding
goes.
me.
You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best.
Goodbye, Mr.
Take
Narrator.
care, Stanley. Hold on. What are you doing?
Take care, Mr. Narrator. Hey, yo, is this the back
Stanley,
rooms?
don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. We still have so much.
Chad, I think we're in the back rooms. Oh. I think I see where I'm supposed to go. Four, two, three. There's a bright light in the distance. That's not good. Four, two, seven. Wait, what? What is this? Are those cameras? Oh, no. Oh, no. No.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
So can I. All right. Away we go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There we go.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
All right. Here we go. We'll check out the new content door in a little bit.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase,
right,
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Okay, that is very calming, and it is New Age. I like it.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley
calmly
walked
listening
forward
to that.
into the opened passageway.
All right, down we go. Let's go.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Oh, yeah? Wait, can I? Hold on. Hold on.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the Bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates.
Okay.
Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs.
All right.
How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Kira. Oh.
Good job. You did it.
What is this?
Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job. You made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything. Good job,
Catchy
you
song.
did it. Good job, you 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 did it.
That's it? Yep, that was it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh! What the? Oh! Oh! Welcome, Stanley, to heaven. Stanley Parable, the soundtrack. I love how there's like a heavenly choir saying push the buttons. Push the buttons. Must obey the heavenly choir. Must do it. Come on, push the buttons. Every single button. Every single button. Come on, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yeah. You can tell I'm gonna have a blast with this, chat. Come on, push the buttons. Push the buttons. Nice. Okay, I think I had enough button heaven for now.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, chat, let's go. There we go. Alright, let's go to the room.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Got it, door on my left.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright, let's go.
Okay,
2845.
I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
Apparently I didn't have to push any buttons. The narrator did it for me. Has it really been 2 hours? Because it really doesn't feel like it.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Alright, let's go.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Now.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
So I do. Can I get... I can't get to the bottom again. Poopy.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
My office.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's
chat, there it
co-workers.
is.
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control
There I
all
am.
this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That
The
his
mind
emotions
control area
had
is
been
reminding me
manipulated
of
to accept
Portal.
it blindly?
I can see why, Kira.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
I thought I had to turn it on and then turn it off.
And you tried to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley.
Alright, back we go.
I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation
so 3
system.
is over this
In
way.
the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off.
I didn't even know
But
that was
what
there.
precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me.
Oh, you're kidding me.
What all this means, I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're
that
gonna
did
die
nothing.
Anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing.
I don't know what you're
Watching you
supposed
try
to
to make
do.
sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional
I don't know what you want me to
seconds.
do, game, okay? I don't know.
Trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
Yes,
Or did
that's
you just
exactly
assume when you
it.
saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley,
Oh, God.
you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big
that ain't
boom
good.
and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice.
Oh, boy.
Make it count.
You know what? Take
Or
me.
Don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Stanley's just like, take me. I'm not going to button heaven, okay?
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This
All
is
right.
great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Alright, let's go.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright, let's go. 2845. Never mind.
Here's the door, just go.
Didn't even give me a chance to do the key code, but sure. Let's go.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
Right
Did he
there.
have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life. Their true nature
427,
revealed.
my office.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them,
Right there.
eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
Maybe.
Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Right there? Yeah.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded
chat, here
from
we
this
go.
very place. And as the
Let's
cold
turn it
reality
off
of his
now.
past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine...
There we go.
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes.
Like it.
He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold?
Yeah,
But
really.
as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
Yeah, totally.
No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Alright.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Yeah, totally. Do I get an achievement or... Alright, now let's check out the new content.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office? Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
You know me, chat. Always willing to check stuff out.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content.
Chad, I think we broke the game. Hold on.
How wonderful. Stanley was
That was not my intent.
Finally.
Okay?
This is great, he thought.
I did not mean to break the game while doing that.
I got what I... Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Chat, I'm gonna be honest, I did not mean to break the game doing that.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
We're just gonna wait
here. As you may
here.
know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
I do know that. I watched Markiplier play it.
And commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
I'm not even
the
gonna
Stanley
jump.
Parable
Okay?
Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, God.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Alright.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Hello? You gonna go?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Let's do it. I love that.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
How many jumps do I have left? Because it's a glitch, it should be infinite, right?
Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Oh, that's right, it's this way.
All right, let's see, it's...
the jump circle. Oh, never mind, I wasted a jump. Best if we don't do that.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator.
Maybe there's something new.
I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes.
More content!
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
What?
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley?
Really?
This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Alright, chat, let's do this. Whoa, new room. Okay,
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Alright. I'm just trusting it anyway. Oh, what the? Nah, it's fine. Oh.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be.
Alright.
So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
Okay.
Just our little secret. Take a look.
Oh god, this is beautiful!
I call it the Memory Zone.
Wow.
It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Oh my god. Oh. This is beautiful. I love this. I love how the clock says 2013. Oh. A first dollar. Nice. Nice. New video game releasing today. Creators surprisingly down to earth. Surprisingly down to earth. Okay. I wonder if these are actually legit newspaper clippings. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. Oh.
Je suis dans la mémorisation, celle sur la pluie.
In loving memory, little Stanley. It's a hamster, it's so cute.
C'est là, dans la mémorisation,
Oh.
où je me remémore les jours.
Oh, you better not be a copyrighted song, because I really want to upload this VOD to YouTube without getting demonetized. Even though my second account's not monetizable yet.
C'est aussi où je me souviens de
And
la
over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now...
I don't know about
it's
that.
nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Oh. Nice. Okay.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
Okay.
The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it, so...
These were simpler times, Stanley.
That
what I
wasn't open
wouldn't give
before.
to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
That would be a pain in the butt. What about over here?
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the
I'm
idea for the
hoping my
game is
review
good,
doesn't come up in here.
for someone who prefers
It's very positive,
this
but
preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
a little
You
bit.
can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh, dear.
Over this way.
What an awful memory to have to hold on to.
Over this way,
These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
You didn't let
Perhaps
me down.
The Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes.
That would be
Yes,
a bad
I think we can
idea.
do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then
I might abuse
maybe
it.
letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Sure.
And here it is. Go ahead. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
Has it?
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks.
Chat, exactly what I said would happen.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been...
You're not kidding. Mr. Narrator? That tree's dead. Whoa, the clock fell over. He's gone. So he is. I don't know why the clock's beeping.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough.
Oh. I hear water dripping.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the...
Oh. Got some plants growing over there. Huh. What is that? Okay, that reminds me of, like, The Last of Us, and I've never played it, but I think I've seen Jacksepticeye play it. And now it's gone. Oh, what the? Okay. Whoa, what the? Hold on. Chat, how long have I been in there? How long has it been that I've been in there? It's just desert now. Reminds me of Kingman. Oh. I don't even know what happened there. For some reason it teleported me to a desert, and I don't know what time frame it was. Also, Kira, I like that you did the Among Us emotes. Alright, let's go.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Oh, what the? New content. What you got?
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
What is it? I shouldn't, okay?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
New features, huh? Don't mind if I do. Alright. Office decorations.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
I would go with Happy 12th Birthday because it's blue and blue is my favorite color.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
That works too. Get Well Someday. I like that.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
We'll get that later. Besides, I already have it, so... Ooh, collectibles.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them.
Dude.
I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
I live for collectibles in this game, okay?
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. You know what, Stanley?
Jump
I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
Yep, the glitch wore off, chat. The moment I stepped in that circle, the glitch wore off. Oh yeah, that's the balloon room. The infinite hole. Ready, chat?
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Let me test.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about...
What the...
Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
All right.
If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the... Oh, for heaven! You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
Hey, the hole got shorter.
Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
Oh, what the...
Wow. Okay.
Chat, look how...
Yes.
Chat, look how short the hole's getting.
I'm extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
All right.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Now, how is this still appealing to you?
Hole party.
I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
The teleport button broke.
Is the, teleport button not working?
I think the script got wet.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Nothing. All right.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
Really?
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
Okay.
Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
All right, I'll just be here. Infinite hole party. Infinite hole party. Infinite hole Whoa, what the? Uh-oh. Why is there, like, cigarette butts in here? The hole's shrinking. Alright, let me see what happens if I do this. Does it work? Yeah, totally. Oh! Puppies! Oh, that one's nice. I love that one. Oh. It's an error!
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
Oh,
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
come on, man. Alright, let's go. Oh, we're back here.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
The button that says the name of the player that plays the game. Nice.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button, which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry,
it only
I
says
should have
Jim.
clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you roleplay as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Theater class, don't fail me now.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
But I like the Jim button.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away.
No!
Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
No!
Jim.
No! The Jim button! Oh well. Jim. That's all it says,
I suppose
Kira.
I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Oh. We checked out the jump circle. We checked out the mostly infinite hole. We haven't checked out the reassurance bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disappointing contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
The bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
You may.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they?
They do.
All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Alright, let's go.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Back to the jump circle. There we go. One last jump to get it out of my system. Alright, let's go.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I am.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes,
Without
I know
a
it's
doubt.
not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay,
Alright.
Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley?
I like that one.
This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
Alright.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it.
Yeah.
I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up.
Alright.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Plan 2. Nice. You're all familiar with the story by this point.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh,
All of
that's
his
good.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We got the bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Chat, look at the bucket. It's so cute. Oh. Okay, let's go.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
You know what? Let's go to the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Maybe I don't want to go,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Later. There we go.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Alright, we're out of here. Oh.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
There's some endings I want to get with the bucket,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the...
Oh, what the? Hold on. I can't jump, so that's bad. What is this?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down, it doesn't make sense.
Why not?
There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable
not a good idea.
The amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get...
Oh god.
What's that? Who's there?
Gamborata? What is that? Is that like the bucket god? Let's go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Oh, hey now, I don't remember this. Or this, for that matter.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Alright, Bucket, let's go.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Come on, Mr. Bucket, let's go.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo
Okay.
lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Sure. Let's go.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
All right.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Oh, God.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Hi. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. To work.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting
Emperor
glow
bucket.
of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object?
Oh, I get it,
I want
like
to say something to him,
Palpatine.
but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know.
Kira, I
he'll
think you
listen
might
to
like
me.
this. Hold on, let me play the sound. I do have that as a sound alert, just let me get it.
Do it.
There it is. It was a little delayed. Alright. Alrighty. Alright, chat, let's do this. We're getting there, guys, okay? We're getting there. Just give me a minute. Back to work.
I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it.
Lies.
It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Oh.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Well, you're not wrong. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Yep.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Relive the same day.
Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Because it's not a regular bucket.
Oh no. I'm having feelings.
What?
For the bucket. No.
Oh, God!
What's going on? Why do I want to be with the
Mr.
bucket?
Bucket?
Hear
I'm
what the
not
bucket
ready
has
for
to
this
say.
kind of
Do
commitment,
anything
okay?
it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing.
No, it's mine.
Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me.
It's mine.
Give me the bucket, Stanley.
No.
I need it.
No.
Give it
You
to me
can't
now.
have it.
Give
No.
it, or I'll...
No. Go back to work, Stanley. Oh. You like that, chat? How I was like fighting the narrator over the bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Why are there papers scattered all over the place?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'll be taking this.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Thank you.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
We're going
go
over
somewhere
there.
else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question
we're
why
not
or
doing
how
that.
this bucket was
Okay.
speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
We're going this way. Come now, Mr. Bucket.
No, stop.
Oh.
Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right
Oh,
there.
you're
It says,
kidding me.
no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point.
I'm not a dummy.
Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Sure. Oh,
Now
I see
then,
what this is.
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
All right.
Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Get ready,
Item
chat.
1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Alright, chat, get ready. It's gonna try and trick us.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
No, that's a tractor.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
How is that a bucket?
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Oh, it was both. Okay, got ya. I gotcha, man.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
What happens if I...
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
Okay.
Here we go.
Wow, you just erased everything.
Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
Yeah.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I had no idea.
Oh my God.
Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still
We're
here.
all buckets.
You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And
Sounds
we'll
good.
know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
Hit it with the restart. I want to go back
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
So I already got these. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. These sound easy enough. Oh, hold on.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You
No.
can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket, as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Listen, this bucket and I have been through many adventures, okay? It's been through with me thick and thin.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Nice, I got a sticker.
There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Maybe one more sticker.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
There we go.
See? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
All right. Any more dialogue?
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
All right. All right, Mr. Bucket, let's go. Somewhere with stairs.
Coming to a
so
staircase,
over here.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Another miniature Stanley figurine.
Jackpot.
This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Thank you. All right, let's go.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then,
all right,
something
Mr. Bucket, let's
occurred
go.
to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
Is this a plot twist?
Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good
my
would come from
bucket!
this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me!
Oh, no.
The bucket! Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after
now
the
there's
next.
countless
None
buckets!
of them were his.
Oh, Jesus!
None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley!
This is not good.
Find me! He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from.
No.
The real bucket was inside of him all along.
No!
It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Again, shot.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her
So
walk
it's
was
Mariella
interrupted by
again,
the
only
body of
she
a
has a
man
bucket
who
as
had stumbled
well.
through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
You're really gonna backflip all the way to work? That's a little bit of a showbone type thing. Alright, let's go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Alright. Alright, and...
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Got it. Up we
Coming
go.
to the staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Executive bathroom. Don't think I've been here. Oh. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
I'm just gonna go this way. Or not.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anlarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anlarines. None of us can.
Alright. Huh. There are other endings that I want to get with the bucket.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Yeah, totally.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Maybe
At
I
this
want to go
point,
this
Stanley
way.
and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Well, the bucket can't feel anything. It's a bucket. Me, however... Oh. Yep.
As the machine whirred into motion,
Looks like we're
and
stuck
Stanley and the
here,
bucket inched
going
closer
back
to
to the
their
museum
demise,
ending.
Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
No! Not again! Oh, right.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Oh.
It was a shame,
We're back
the
here?
death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
My bucket's gone. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You're standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. Don't know what's going on in Discord, but... Huh. Alright, let's go. A bucket with 2 handles. This bucket is depicting as... Goodness. This bucket is depicting as having 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and A bucket with 2 handles. This bucket is depicted as having 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. What? Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains. No one can control a bucket. The stress bucket, presented without commentary. Okay. Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. I sit in my desolate room, no lights, no bucket, just anger. It's okay, Kira, I'm sure the anger goes away.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. Oh. I shouldn't have grabbed that.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
What you got in mind?
Let Stanley die.
Oh.
Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket should take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Well, back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked.
Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfect. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
We still have one more Stanlerine to find. That's what I call the Stanley figurines.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Most likely.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
It's already been over 3 hours, so we're good there.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
I think we can do one more ending to this. I know I said I'd try and find them all, but...
an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Yeah, Mr. Bucket, everything's gonna be fine.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the
Google
bucket
said
been told
42.
to do things it didn't wish to do?
42
what?
What
kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These
There are
questions
42
raced
endings?
furiously in
Ah,
Stanley's
okay.
feeble mind. No!
I don't know how
He
many endings I
screamed into the
got
bucket.
so far.
He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never!
Also the answer to the
He squeezed
universe.
the bucket
Ah,
tighter.
okay.
His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content.
All right.
Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley
Mr.
gasped
Bucket, why would you
in
betray
horror.
me?
Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Birds!
Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds
a hornbill.
all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
This may be a little disturbing to know, but birds feel aroused if you pet them. Like in the wild, that's how they show affection to each other.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time. A good bucket. A strong bucket.
Alright, let's
a humble bucket. A committed bucket.
We got other
a
endings to
bucket
get.
of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'm thinking about adding the Illuminati sound as like a sound alert. You know, the X-Files theme, the
upstairs to the boss's office.
However it goes.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Alright, let's go back to the room and we're gonna turn it off and see what happens. Like the meme. Yeah, totally.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight
I should
ahead
do
to
that
the
after
large
this
door
stream.
that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Well, it's about to hold me.
monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
My office,
The
right
bucket
there.
had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter.
The fighting aliens ending for this game would have been amazing if they didn't scrap it.
He could trust no one except for the bucket.
Oh, right there.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in,
that's what we want.
Stanley decided that this machine...
Nice.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
Yeah. We're nearing 4 hours.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door.
All right.
The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth.
Okay.
Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to...
What?
What? Wait.
What is this?
What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No!
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible
not my
presence
bucket!
of the bucket.
You're not taking my bucket!
The soothing warmth of the bucket. Will go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms.
You're not taking my bucket.
Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I?
Kira's
Stanley
going
thought.
crazy with the emotes.
Very soon now.
Quite frankly, I
He
like
was
it.
about to find out.
Alright, let's go.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Or we could go down here.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh, what is this?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around
Is this
everywhere.
an intervention?
The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the
gang's all
first game,
here.
like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new.
Okay.
Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Should I trust it? You know what? We're gonna trust it. Bye, intervention people.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
These bucket endings are unhinged, so they are. Oh yeah, the music's back.
This is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, I was there when you said that.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Read it later.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable.
No,
True,
fam.
it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Pardon
Can
me?
you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
No, I'm not doing it.
Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket.
No.
And then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No, I'm not doing it.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
No.
I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters?
Oh, that ain't good.
Well,
It's getting angry.
If you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and crush.
Oh, what the?
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Was it, narrator? Was it? Mr. Narrator, not narrator the like YouTuber. Was it, Mr. Narrator? Was it? Alright, let's go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Now, there is actually
the bucket calling to him.
There's actually a figurine that I need to get here.
The lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Can do, gonna do.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
So in there is where we need to go,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Alright, so the last one is somewhere... Oh.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a...
Evidently I can't bring the bucket here. Which means I have to go in that way without the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I know where I'm going,
Perhaps
chat.
he wanted
Don't
to
worry
stop
about
by
it.
the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
But Stanley's going his own way.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone... What? Really? Nope. I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why... I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
All right,
let me
right
prove
here.
Let me prove that I'm on. And there it is. The last Stigley.
Got it!
Savor this moment, Stanley. This is
a
real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Alright, let's begin the game again. Wait. What the? What?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's just, it's those figurines. Those figlets. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
Not if I don't get an achievement.
Inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Alright, so we're back in the memory zone. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Nice. Can I go around? No? Alright, looks like we have to go this way.
Oh. Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Oh.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Oh, now it opens?
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
If I remember correctly, it was under the stairs.
Stanley, that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your 3rd time doing anything.
That much is
Let's
obvious.
See. What came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Oh.
This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Video? Oh. Okay, this video looks dope. I love it. Kira's into it. Hi Blake, how are you?
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Oh. Sure. Maybe if we go this way. Yeah, totally go this way.
And then, Stanley,
I'm good, how are you?
Collectible,
Doing good, Blake.
Figurine,
Thought I'd
right
play
here
some
by
more
the red and
Stanley
blue
Parable
doors.
Ultra
This
Deluxe.
memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works?
I
All
think
I
we
know
go
is
back.
that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley, and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Yeah, we go back, just as I thought. Okay, we don't go back, apparently. We go through the red and blue doors. Hey, yo, what
and
the?
Then there was no more. Because we've
What is
caught up
this?
to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Yeah, we can do that. I don't know what your plans are, Mr. Narrator, but we can do that.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
All right.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Yeah, I remember. Oh, God.
Yes, I love that video.
I'm so sorry for anyone who has motion sickness that had to see that.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Because it wasn't in the pink room, it was in the employee bathroom. Or the executive bathroom, I mean. So I don't know if the
These
narrator's
really
having, like, false memories or
if
not.
there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
On it. Blake, thank you for the Windows error.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it
Yes, I remember
too.
it clear as
the
day.
The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Alright, last one. Unless he makes me go
This
back
is
again.
the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines.
Right.
Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
This did. Wait, are we back in the, Hold on.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact,
so it does.
Yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this
one. This one. My office.
And before everything else,
did we really just go back? Huh. That's
Is there anything
new.
Else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
What is it you remember?
Yes, I'm remembering something now.
Oh.
I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions.
Okay.
I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me.
Okay, that's a douche move to do.
Which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again.
Okay.
I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh, Jesus. Whoa, what the? I can't say I remember this room.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
I'm going to the... Hey, Jim, how you doing? I think I want to go to the main menu to show you guys something. It's not here. Good, how you doing? I'm doing good. Doing good, Jim. Also, thank you for the Windows error as well. Blake redeemed that one too.
Yeedly dee! Asses are about to get beat! Woo!
You guys just enjoy the sound alerts. I'm gonna flat out admit that. Blake with a Yeedly Deet and Jim with a Taco Bell. Thank you for that. And Jim with a Kirby victory dance? Nice. Alright. I think 4 hours is enough playtime for this game. They are funny. They are, I'll admit that. Oh. Jim with a let's do it. Nice.
Let's do it!
Don't know why it was delayed, but it is what it is, you know? Alright, chat. We're gonna raid out. Because 4 hours and 19 minutes is a pretty decent time for this game. I didn't find all the endings, I just found some of the ones I liked. Okay, let's see who we can rate out. Let's read out to Grizz. Alright. Another Let's Do It. Oh wait, that's not another Let's Do It. I don't know why my mind thought it was. There's our raid. Seven viewers is okay. Alright, so tomorrow is when I'll see you all for some Gmod with viewers. So until tomorrow, behave yourselves, stay safe out there, and have yourselves a good one. Alright, we raiding out. Let's do this!